Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome back to another episode of the Coin King channel. I am down to crypto TA, and it looks like we're back to our starting point from Friday. I do believe that was Friday. That price was sitting somewhere down in here, and we got a little bit of a bounce. It looks like the 15 minute is putting in some bear divs. It's trying to bottom out in here. You can see this nice little volume spike right here, and it's trying to bottom out in here. But based on the 4 hour, just what I'm telling on the 4 hour, it looks like the 4 hour could drop down and take out that low. Um, see. No, that was Thursday. Saw a low from Thursday. Looks like the 4 hour could probably drop in and take out this low right in here. Maybe put in some bullish divergence at that point. It does look like it's going to fire off a signal for a bounce. I wouldn't take it as anything too serious though. Just a little bit of a small move back up and then a rejection. Something that I was looking at with you guys was the potential of getting up here to the 786, and it just didn't happen. It just did not happen, and the golden pocket ended up being the rejection zone. But that liquidity that was sitting up here looked like it was going to be on the table, and boy, was that wrong. It did not. It did not. But the other thing that I did highlight was this trend line right here as resistance. I know that I was looking at it was the crosshairs in here. The crosshairs in here would have got us to a point where we could have hit that 786, but we still ended up rejecting off of this trend line right here, and that was from this triangle formation. We're trying to hold it down here at the lows right now, which is why I'm saying 15 minutes trying to bottom out, but it just kind of seems like that 4 hour might want to try to push in a little bit more and put in some bullish divergence, but a nice little pop to the upside would come from that if that was to happen. A lot of altcoins pumped over the weekend. A lot of bad moves, in my opinion. Zcash for one. Oh boy, I was looking at a potential setup on that over the weekend, and it was for a long entry, not a short. So let me just say that it was for a long entry and not a short, but it never made it down there to that point. So it could have been red to take a short position down there to that point, but it was the if this then that situation. I just wanted to throw that out there because I did post up on that, and you can look back on X for that right there. Um, I just put in, like some levels in here, potentially to watch for here with Bitcoin if such a measured move from either one of these patterns that is in here was to play out, and this is just the one right here from the triangle formation. I don't think we could do this to the upside. Let me just say that, but it does put us down here around the close to that zone that I'm looking at around the 100,000 down to the 95. If something like that were to happen, not saying that it will, maybe we bounce back up and hit this trend line again, and then we break down. I will end up moving this measured move over. But like I said, it's pretty close down there to what I'm looking at for Bitcoin. This daily doesn't turn around soon. Speaking of that daily chart here. All right, so remember we did have the little nice little cross in here, and that was confirmation cross of us getting this move up. We actually rejected here just from the top side of dynamic cloud, also with that golden pocket, and of course our zone that we've had in here for several weeks now. Actually since I started watching this candle right here start to come down. These were my three zones that I was interested in, and all three of these little zones in here have held up as something. Support, resistance at the moment. But yeah, we're trying to get that cross back down in here. We are setting up for a move to the upside. Just, this right here, it can just take time to play out, and that's just how it is. And you can also see the rejection right here from the little cloud cover from the, let me change this back to like so. Actually, let me just turn Turn these off. Focus. We are still holding above the 40 on the daily, so that's a good thing. That's a good thing. We start to push in on that, then uh, we'll have another conversation. I'm not bullish on Bitcoin at the moment. I'm not overly bearish on it either. It just doesn't have the interest right now. But I took a long. I took a long anyway. Just looking at this in here, just I took the long anyway. So I just entered that position just before coming on stream. It hasn't moved too far away at all because it was this candle right here. So it hasn't moved too far away just yet. Just looked at it and decided at that moment maybe I will give it a shot just for that 4 hour. Got like, I'm just going to tell you 2 hours on that 4 hour candle before it does something, or maybe it does it in this moment. But volume was not increasing on the move down, which is why I decided to take the long position. Just looking at that volume from this green candle right here, and then seeing the volume as we were selling off, it wasn't matching up, so I just took the long on that. We can entertain a short if we can at least do it looks like it could get back to the top side of that trend line. Maybe we would have to dance around a little bit too. Let me just tell you that we have to dance around a little bit, not down here at this low, but just whatever we're doing. If we're not gonna get the bullish bull div off the 4 hour time frame, we would need to see us dancing. So looks like we could probably come back up into here, just right here to the descending one right here. Let's see. Yeah, your big players didn't do much over the weekend at all. Like your Solanas and your Ethereums, they didn't do anything at all. Solana looked like it might try to do something here after this 1 hour time frame. Nothing's confirmed yet. Nothing, nothing, nothing. But they really didn't do anything. Right, so you see where that line is on Bitcoin, that candle, 3 candles back, that could be a first point of resistance. It did reject from somewhere right around in there the first time. So, like we can, like I said, dance, just kind of bounce around in here a little bit or something like that. Just bounce around. We like blue. We've been dropping with a whole bunch of red. We like blue. Usually leads to green. But the volume is really the thing for me right now. Just seeing that volume, um, not supporting the move back down. This is where Solana is right here. This is one of the levels that it bounced and held from a few times right here before. Um, you can see that right in here. I think we did look at something like a little bit lower down also. I don't need these anymore, so I'm just gonna drop these off of here. But that was actually, I think that was a point that I was saying, like Sol could come back up and start to reject with these lows in here, but don't really need the zone anymore. But it never got back past any of this. Uh, see what this is. That was from this bounce right here. So we just saw that other zone. And just delete that. Don't need that anymore. I think that's done. And we did talk about Solana, um, you know, potentially not doing good. But somebody asked about it on Friday. It's not doing bad. It's really not too far off from where it was. I think I was looking at turn this volume off over here. It's not helpful. I think yeah, that's what I was looking at. Tapping into that 60. And then maybe if it loses that 60, we were looking down in here. I think it was, yeah, we were looking down at in here at that 200 right there. Yeah, that's what we're looking at. But down in here just puts it like at its bear market lows. So I don't really know about that right now. No, no. Do I have that in here? No, I actually don't have it highlighted for where the bear market lows are at because that might not be it. But yeah, and just be looking at that like it holds here great, but it doesn't really look like it, right? So I'm not, yeah, not really feeling that. Same thing over here. H bar, you can see the cloud over here rising on H bar, and it's breaking the low down here of the I mean, this is a nice little structure in here. Maybe it's a false break or something like that. Or a failed break, I mean, not call it false. It does have the little support over here from these highs. See if that can maintain, but it's not looking too elegant. I think I'll actually leave this one in here. I took like two little small positions on this on over the weekend. And then of course, you got your Zcash in here. What I was looking at on Zcash in here was it was like a little, it was resistance in here, and it looked like a double top in here right here. And every time before when we did it, we did make the move down to the 618,786. It didn't do it that time. It broke out and pushed up. So that was what I posted on Zcash, and it ended up breaking out and pushing up. So that came to a surprise. But like I said, it's a if this then that, and I didn't know what to tell you if it did that, because clear as day it's at resistance. But I mean, it's been pumping. So it could have just been the weekend stuff too. I think Dash was pumping over the weekend also. I don't have Ethereum up at the moment, but I will take a look back over here at Ethereum while Bitcoin is looking pretty decent. It's holding up okay. He did get a nice volume spike out of Solana right here too. So that was at 60. Yeah. This would have been at 60 EMA right here. That nice little volume spike right there off of Sol. Volatility is slightly bearish, but it looks like once it gets above the 20, then it'll push up higher. But right now you can see how this is rising in here, and this is dropping in here. So a little bear div on volatility, but it will play out. Yeah, pretty oversold here on the 1 hour time frame, or relative weakness, strong weakness here on the 1 hour time frame. Want to see that come back in and at least get up above that 40. I mean, it's basically just hitting the lows it has hit before down through here. I'm just going to assume that it gets just a little small bounce in here too and comes back down. It's the first time it actually closed below this level in here. Hasn't done that before. And I did check to see if I needed to modify these levels, and I didn't see a reason that I needed to, even though, this closure right here happened. So the only thing I could assume is that we get down here, take out that little wick right there. Yeah, back to the bottom side of our range. That's all I could think of. Um, right now, that would have to be the case. No closure on this daily, but we definitely closed below it on that weekly. I mean, sorry, on that 4 hour time frame. We definitely closed below it. So okay, and that is the 26 right there in the blue for Ethereum. Might have to adjust this, but if it doesn't hold here, then I would be looking down here. This kind of tells me that that wasn't actually. I mean, we can already see that, from the breakout here and how it's coming back in. It may not have intention. It's just a volatility, and that was the max volatility or something like that. And so now it's coming back in. So it just deviated far beyond its reach right in here. It's coming back into. Hmm, I don't even know what word I want to use. Just to the mean, and that would be the mean right there. What I just showed you, right in here would be the mean. So I haven't actually checked this on the weekly here for Bitcoin. Let's see. Volume has been this bad, right? This is terrible. We haven't had real strong active volume since back here. Hmm. I think I've already showed you. We got this on the monthly too. Like we had this squeeze here on the weekly time frame that we showed that we would sell down. We got it on the monthly too. This is gonna push back in. You can see how we're outside that band. So this is definitely gonna push back in, just like it pushed back in right here. Uh, Maybe another 1 to 2 weeks. If not this week, then next week I would see this pushing back in, boosting price. It's on the monthly. You see it right here. Ay, ay, ay. But this is happening first. So, yeah. I mean, if this is happening first and there's one more bounce out of Bitcoin, one more, it's another push. I think we might have diverged right here. I'm just going to look at it. You put that like that. We did. We diverged when we got this. Got that break down here. So if we were to get a break right here, we definitely would be looking at us potentially turning around. Have to see. But this looks like we're going to get another push back up first, and then we come down instead on this monthly. Dang. Our USDT dominance. It's holding the zone in here too. Solana could not hold up against Ethereum. So I'll be looking to that trend line. Hopefully it holds this trend line, doesn't break it, or come down here and take out this low. Because it won't be good. It was putting in these little top and tails in here, showing that it was struggling. Bitcoin dominance on the weekly, pushing up. I have not adjusted anything in here, and I may not have a need to adjust anything in here, so we'll just keep it as saying maybe that 61.31. If not, then maybe it comes back into here. Is that if it gets back in here though and holds in here, we're in trouble. At least maybe until we hit this trend line through here. I haven't really looked at Ethereum. You can see it's a hot mess. I'm just gonna delete all of that. Yeah, total. Hey, we'll just watch that total. Total two. We really don't want to be underneath here. It's flat, and that's the only perk I could give it. But we really don't want to be underneath it. Altcoins are gonna go to straight Haiti. Just want to see how that went the last time. It looked just like now, don't it? Hmm. I'm gonna hold that long as the volume isn't there. I'm not worrying about the slow getting taken out. I'm just gonna base it off of the volume. The volume kicks in, and it just just got some money out of me. This is um this is Zcash versus Bitcoin at the moment. The volume is still it's 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 not as strong as it was back here in this point, but it's still really good volume. Still some really good volume. And we were sitting in here, in this resistance zone right here, and then over the weekend we pushed up into that next one right there. I mean, if it does it anymore, I guess I had to look there, but yeah, it was. Hmm. I can see it coming back to here, but volume is still looking pretty good on it. That's that's not a reason to short this. It's crazy though. We would just put in bull divs. Sui has like a ton of unlocks or something like that. Yeah, Sui's probably dead. Yeah, it's probably did a video yesterday and it's on Meta. I had such a hard time getting that video done. And then it's supposed to be 5 minutes or less. And I went over by about 40, I don't know, say 40 seconds on the video. And then I'm recording and I'm talking and it's not catching my voice as I was recording, and I had did it a few times, and I finally figured out what the problem is. But at that point, I had someplace I had to be, and yeah, it's gonna seem just a little bit off. Would be showing you the technicals in it and hearing my voice, but it still gives you a lot of good details on it because I got met along on Friday. And I said that I was gonna be looking for that position this week, which is still there's still a strong possibility that Meta comes down to 600. It's still a strong possibility. I need to look back at the data again today for if you're a stock trader or investor. But we are bouncing right now from where I took my long entry. Pre-market. The stock market looks like something brutal is coming. It really does. I'm just looking at a lot of stuff. I'm looking at it zoomed out on the higher, like on your 1 year, 6 month, 3 month. It looks brutal. Oh yeah. I'm gonna say all right. So while I'm waiting on Bitcoin, well, volume did pick up a bit right there. It did. Might need to move that stop back to there then. Maybe with this 4-hour candle close coming in about an hour, that might give that bull dividend on the 4. So I'm just gonna move the stop down here. That's fine. That was pretty decent. So you see the 4, unless it invalidates it, and it can. It will end up having like some sort of bullish divergence. One of these momentum indicators, you already have it on volatility. And so I'm looking at the fact that this volatility is probably coming in with some bear divs first, just because it's already pushing into here. And because of that, it probably just come in with some bear divs first on volatility. But here you can see how we could potentially end up getting some bullish divergence off that 4-hour. I could have sworn I put this. I know I did it on the 4-hour. I didn't do it over here. I'm just going to put the halfway into this candle. Not that it matters. If I'm talking about bull divs, then we have the close below here. I hope everybody had a wonderful weekend. Look at bubbles. What's happening right here? ICP green. Wow. An Astra. It's interesting. Hmm. I was gonna tell y'all the truth. I'm really not doing too much in crypto right now. The weekends, maybe. I really don't care to trade on the weekends, but the weekends maybe because it's low liquidity. Stock market isn't open. Your big money isn't screwing things up over the weekend. So I trade the weekends now. And through the week, I just look at what I can trade in the stock market. It's just different. Those are real companies with real numbers, real tangible stuff. A lot of utility. I watched the latest Superman movie, and I'm ranting now. I watched the latest Superman movie. Let me tell you, everything about that movie makes me think about crypto. Everything. I'm just not realizing this. Everything about that movie, I can tie it into crypto. It was not a good movie, in my opinion. I hear people, a lot of people kept saying it's really good. You should see it. You should see it. And for I waited, I waited and waited and waited, and then finally decided to watch it. I think it was Friday, Thursday or Friday, something like that. Last week, I didn't even talk about it then, but I didn't like it. I didn't like it because Superman was getting his behind whipped the entire time. Like he was just getting beat up the whole movie. And then you got the Justice League that's not getting a single hit. And Superman is getting his behind beat up the entire time. But every time the Justice League showed up, they were just winners. Just winners. It made no sense to me. And then I tried to watch that movie, the one where the kids go missing. It's like Halloween or something. The kids go missing. It was real slow. I couldn't. I fell asleep. I'm not understanding the definition of good movies right now. It didn't hit for me either. All right, so while Bitcoin is just kind of chilling right here, I'm gonna go ahead and hit up them stocks on you. I'm gonna kick things off over here with Netty. I took the Netflix long and I closed that out right here. But this right here looks pretty decent in here. So it's back above pre-market at least, just back above where I took my exit position at. What I was looking at on probabilities for it coming down, apparently my probabilities are not good. Um, they're not high right now. Let me put it like that. The probability of it coming down into here is not high at the moment. And this is pretty decent through here, this little flag situation or whatever you want to say this is right here. It's holding. That's why I took the long from and closed out. If it drops that, then I have to say it increases. But not bad over here on Netflix right now. I am interested in longing again if I could get it down in here. I think that this is decent territory for it right in here around this golden pocket. Might not hit that exactly, but it's I would like that. Otherwise, bounce back up. Maybe even continue. Um, Gold just it's on pause. I don't know. We were looking at a scenario in here, and right now it's not really doing anything. I have to get to the 4-hour chart on gold to just really see where I'm sitting with that. Amazon, I'm looking at. Okay, I see we just broke my level on Bitcoin. Hold on. We broke this low right here. We took liquidity from this low so far. Yeah, that volume is coming up. Mm, come on, 1 hour. We're just chopping at 40. Haven't quite come into it on the 1 hour. And see how we're looking on the 1 hour. Again, like I said, a little bear div on the volatility. But a little bit more of a bounce can come in still. Should I leave that up? I'll leave that up. I can't tell you on the 1 hour. We're like just chopping that 5. So if you see this right here, you can see we're just chopping at 5. And so when we see the move on the 15-minute, that'll probably be a cap. 1077, 178. Anyway, all right, Amazon. Anywhere up above this trend line right here for me, if Amazon could get more of a pullback in here, I do see Amazon in the next 2 months probably being back down into here. So I put a little couple boxes in here on it, but I do see it coming somewhere back down into here. So I will be looking for another entry on Amazon. I'm still in my Amazon right now, but I think the next 2 months could get interesting. But this is like the volatility range for Amazon right now is between this 244, and this is average 244 to 207. That's the average volatility range for it right now. And these are just key zones in between. So if it pulls back into any one of these right here, I might get interested in maybe doing something on BTCC with trading it. but this range right here is pretty solid. Um, I took everything else off over here on Hood. There's really nothing to look at over here at the moment. All right, so this is gold. Let's have it trapped inside of this little wedgie structure in here. Looks The structure looks bearish, but I still, yeah. I wanted to tell you something else. Change my mind. I thought maybe it was gonna flip in here, but it never confirmed it. You can see we never confirmed any sort of a flip on the ribbons or anything like that. But it's still holding at 200. Still holding at 200. If it comes down and it breaks this line right here, though, then I'd be looking down a little bit more. I think the 200 might be riding up. Think it might be. Okay, so it is right here. Let me make sure I didn't change the settings. Okay. Yeah, so it comes down, it breaks this low right here, then be looking for it to get down a lot lower. If it holds in here and gets a break to the upside, then I still would be looking. Well, maybe we don't actually take that point out. Maybe we just do something about 40, like 4,100, maybe something like that. On gold. Nvidia. What I'm looking at in here for Nvidia is going to take some time to play out, but right now this is Nvidia's average volatility range. Above it, absolutely fantastic. It comes in and it starts to move down towards here. It's a great buy zone right here. Hasn't been violated yet, and it doesn't have to move often either. So around 133, I know that seems like a lot. It would take several months for it to play out. If that was going to be the case. So maybe in the next 2 months, something like that, it could be back down here. And that's a while. That would take a while. Next 2 months. I think this one over here took slightly higher. Yeah, 91 days. That's 3 months. So maybe in the next 2 months, back down here at 133. Right now, it's all right. Comes back below here, though. I'm going to start banking on the idea of it coming down here a lot heavier. We're still holding the volatility range here over on Google. Still holding. We're not even actually coming in deep enough in here on it either. So this wouldn't take. I don't think I have this one set for like 3 months. I don't. interested in this. I just can't do it up here. If it at least comes in midpoint through here, like back around this 1-to-1 again, I'm still harping over that, then I would get interested in Google. At the moment, it's still at the highs of its volatility range, so I can't do it in here. Every time I think it's going to come in, it doesn't. Momentum is still holding through here. I haven't actually looked at Tesla, so I can't talk about it. We'll say about 107.8, something like that. Let me do myself a favor. Hold on, let me check first before I do that. I just want to turn those off. So if I do click on it, We can just sort of see where we're at. I need to change that right there. We are getting a lot more activity in here, though. So, it's good. Maybe buyers are gonna keep stepping in right here on Ethereum. I mean, you would want to be out of it. I think that would be kind of far to put a stop. 35. If you were banking on it. They have stepped in every other time that price action did come down here and tap into this moving average right here. So maybe they do something like they did over here where they kept stepping in, and then give it a nice little push up. You're not getting a lot of wicks on the top side, like over here, where sellers and buyers were struggling. Both were struggling in here, but buyers were struggling a lot more. You can see from how long those wicks are at the top. And then bears managed to push it down one final time before it got that move up. So just trying to make sure I didn't have that anywhere else. Guess it wouldn't be bad if you're like a strong believer. Not really touching any altcoins. That's got 34 minutes left. Let's see something here. Y'all know we hit our target on sound. We have been talking about that a couple of months back, and it played out all the way, looking for that $20 move up. I think when I brought it to the channel's attention, we were down here around 10, and I said that this was going to be the target right here to get up to 20. It actually surpassed that 20 a little bit, and from there we got that rejection off of sound. So um, I'm no longer in sound. I just thought I'd bring it up though, because it was one of the weekly picks, and I have not updated that. Um, I haven't updated this thing over here at all for anything different, but definitely hit target. I don't know what these double lines are in here. I got some double lines and double zones in here. I can't remember what I said on Tempest. This isn't even the right chart. This thing has been going. I know that we were looking at this as an opportunity to get in on long. And I was in it, and I closed that out. And these are not the right panes because I don't have data coming up. Just sounds so far. Because I can't tell which, let me see, which one I'm supposed to be on. I have to go back and look at some of those on the right pane. Figure out what it is. Let's see. This on 4. Might have been this one. Yeah, it's this one. Hey, we actually hit everything. I'm sorry. I know Bitcoin is going over there, but I'm just going back through and I'm looking and we actually hit everything. I was looking for this move in here on coin to get in here after this break. It did come back down first, but it eventually filled it in and made that move. Actually, it broke up above it. Okay, I haven't actually looked at it, but I was looking for that. That happened, and then we just saw sound, and we hit that on sound. I found the pane that I needed to be in. Nothing over here on Palantir. And this was, I think, price was down here at the time or something. Yeah, something like that. No, was it? No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that. We were somewhere in here. This broke through any of the zones I had highlighted out over here. And Tempest. And this one, it came up and hit in here. I remember complaining about this zone in here for a minute, and the one that's dashed out in here, I think that was like the fine line in the sand. We did break below it. We did, but it came back. Came back for that. None of this I'm in anymore. None of it. And this one, I remember they had the bad earnings and sold off as we were looking at it over in here. No, we were looking at it right here. And then we got that breakup, got the push up, was looking for it to go higher. They got a bad earnings and it flopped. So that was that one. TTD, trade desk. Then, of course, my pony that I'm in. Now, this is the one that I am holding on to. No, that's superseded. I think I got it upside down. Yeah, that's superseded. And this is the only one out of the stuff in here, along with Novo, which I'm down on right now, that I'm still holding. I think CNC just had earnings or something like that. Great company. Great company. I'm watching Bitcoin. Rivian talked a lot about this one because the structure kept changing on it. It went from a fallen it went from this falling trend like this to momentum starting to shift on it. So I felt like this was a good play right here. And I said that if we got back down into here that I would get in on it. I didn't because I hadn't looked back at any of it. Yeah, so if it got back in here, I'd take the long on it. It's still basically hitting the same point. This is like the highest volume area. At least the last time I looked at it, that was like the highest volume area. That's why it has that one in there. I think they did a split or something. I think the Coin King had picked them up, bought some. I remember I got out of this one. Boost Allen, Hamilton, yeah. This could be something that does the platinum pocket. I closed it because we had started breaking the line in here. And I was like, let me let this go. Bitcoin still sitting in the same spot. Why do I have this like that? Yeah, this accelerated selling on this. I think this can get in here. I haven't fully looked back at the technicals on it. And why am I selling off on this? This would be the platinum pocket on this. I think I bought it for this reason right here. But I am, so I couldn't have got in on that candle. I looked at it and I'm down a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit, because I did get it down in this area, somewhere in here. I'm going to move this line. I still don't have anything in here on SoFi. I don't know why. Oh, I do have something on SoFi. It's not over here, though. It's not over here. Because I did say I was looking at an entry on SoFi. It's not this chart, though. And I think it's this one. No, it's not. It's not the first chart. This is the first chart. But nothing came up for it. Huh, interesting. I don't know. I know I'm looking at an entry on SoFi. I need to find it. Is it SoFi? No, it's not SoFi. I'm not looking for an entry on SoFi. My bad. I'm looking for an entry on IonQ. IonQ. Can't remember what I had this on. Check back on our Bitcoin, which is, like I said, sitting in the same spot right now. 1088. This right now, let me just see what that is. It's 1077. This is 1073. Here. Might not even need this because if it can get past this little point that's rejecting that right now, it'll probably get up beyond that. That's 1088 at. 108. And I actually did not. I was running my mouth saying I probably should go ahead and pull this stop down to here, but I was running my mouth at the time, so I didn't do it, and so I'm still in that little long position right now for Bitcoin. Which, like I said, I got in on this candle right here. So I just so happened to still be sitting in it. It might not go good. But that's it right there. So I got in off this candle right here. This is good. I didn't move the stop because I'd be paying the little fee, which is better than taking a big L, that's for sure. Paying that fee. That's that 1078. probably reject. Maybe SFP or something right here. But I'm only saying that because I know it's hitting that 10 EMA on that 1 hour time frame right here. As if it pushed through, then maybe it'll hit this bottom side right here. But it is hitting that. It's hitting that 10. A little less than 8 minutes now. May have all kinds of cross lines going through here everywhere. I'm giving myself this little. Oh, let me look back over here at the other time frame. Yeah, what I said to you, without having to turn anything off, it's hitting that 10 right there. What I was about to say to you is I've given myself this little habit in here that I do now. So with the moving averages over here, all right, so the 200 is cutting through here, just above the support zone right here. But this thing that I like to do now, because I'm finding that a lot of stuff is respecting just some different numbers in here. So right here, I know like on the stock market, 120 is real popular right now. For some reason, 120 is just hidden, right? So I just double up on this right here. So if it's not, 120 isn't going to work over here on Bitcoin, not at all. But if I double up on two and this right here, 120, 120, that's going to be 240, right? That could be pretty solid. Trying to move away from the you know double zeros at the end. Might leave it like that. The only yeah, I'm gonna leave it something like this right here. Yeah. So now over here on this daily, I'm just gonna work with the 10, 26, 60, 240, and 400. They seem to be the ones. All right, we just opened up that new hourly candle. We did cross that signal line. RSI is sitting about 36.80 now on the 1 hour time frame. 4 hour, basically the same scenario. What I was mentioning on that 4 hour about this right here, how it was already pushing up. It could lead into some bear days. It's gonna have to give it a minute to see how it's gonna perform. It was a little bit faster than usual. Let's see. 15-minute looks decent though. Looks decent. Yeah, it looks decent. So if it pushes up, like I said, maybe to this bottom side of this cloud right here, a rejection, or I just say 108.2, something like that. It could probably do something like that. It don't really have any volume coming in right now, so yeah, 108.2 to about the bottom side right here, which is 108.5. Oh, that happened quick. It happened real quick. It hit that 108.2 real quick. And I'm not a genius. You just have a spread on your EMAs. You have a spread on them, and that would have been the one right there. It would have been that one. So you just got a spread. Hmm. In the current state, it could probably only just do that again, or like I said, come up to here. But yeah, it could probably only reach here again. I did it. If it's coming back down though, this is really um maintenance, I would say. Trying to hold here instead of breaking momentum. Mm-mm-mm. ADC, Applied Digital Corporation. Not you. Dang, Neo looks pretty decent right now. Not something I would buy, but Neo doesn't look bad. It's only $7. Actually, Neo looks pretty good. It's like a little car company. I think that's what they do. Hmm. November 19th. ADR class. Consumer durables. Yeah, motor vehicles. Yeah. Might buy some. Interesting. All right. Excuse me for just a minute. Have you seen Neo? Yeah, Neo. Spot Neo.
Is it running?
It looks pretty good. It does.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the Chinese Tesla.
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
What's the price now?
It's $7.35 right now, pre-market. You know, Neo was down here around $3.
Really?
Yeah, it was at $3, and now it's doubled. And it looks like it's gonna get a little run.
I don't know if the car is like Tesla. I know it's electric.
Yeah, it still looks like it's gonna run though. Thank you. Bitcoin helping some of these stocks out. I'm saying stocks. Helping some of these cryptos out. Got stocks on my brain. So far, it looks like H bar did get a little failed swing down right here that we were talking about. It's back in it right now, but I still don't. I mean, it's flattened out a little bit in here. Just don't know about that. It's 4 hour time frame, but just take everything else away. It did reclaim back into the consolidation range. At least while dominance is up. Zcash. Mm-mm. Just looking at y'all, I know y'all have heard me like kind of throw this name up here. Um, some step away from Bitcoin for just a sec because it's just sitting there. So if anybody's in here and you're into again this looks pretty decent. This is Neo. Um, it's supposed to be like a competitor to Tesla, but of course, ain't nothing competitive to Tesla. To be honest, not in the electric vehicle realm. But it's been a long time since it's been above this. A long time. It's looking pretty decent. I can tell you that that's not where it actually probably gets rejected from. You can see how it chopped it right here a little bit. So I'm telling you, that 120 has been a hit on so many stocks. I'm gonna end up making it part of my my collection. And that's what this is. It's a 120, and you can see how it hasn't been above it. This where it got rejected was off of a 200, so it's going to look different, and you're going to see this break above the 2 but not the 120. So this is a nice little change of behavior for Neo. This thing was down here at $3. It's down here at $3, so it has doubled so far. And I know it's slow. It is. That is what you get here. But when you do start to run, you do get some nice runners. So this isn't looking bad at all right here, I tell you. When it did top out, hold on. When it did top out, it hit right there. So maybe it comes up here and again and rejects right there. But it's started something beautiful already though. It might do something more. It had a hit cancel on that. I had it pretty for the first time. But this was a little bit back, and they got another one coming up here in November. But this might be why its behavior is starting to change a little bit. And that's a long time. That's a huge change of behavior. I can tell you that much. That's a big change of behavior. That would be a lot like Intel. When I was hollering Intel was a good buy, was around $21 on X, something like that with it. I know it was down here, chopping the block. Yeah, it was down here because I bought and I kept going on Twitter saying it was good, it was good, it was good. And then we got up here and we started to reject. I sold out, and then it came back down and just kept holding the same spot. Then of course you got the news about the government contract or whatever. So they're starting to do a lot better. But yeah, and this retracing to platinum pocket. And everybody kept going, garbage. It's garbage. Nah. Not really. Not really. Think about how many years this thing ran up, like for years and years and years. Like it was just at the top of its game. It looks crappy right in here. I did look at some stuff in here. You got Bitcoin is hasn't broken that little wick up there just yet. You got this right here, so you can kind of see like where your volatility expansion is, like right in here. And then you're gonna have this one right here. So if right now I don't know that it can actually reach outside of this just yet. It did break it, and you can see it's rejecting around here a little bit. But if this does, then I'll be looking back to right here. I think this is the span, like the entire span that I was looking at is up here at 67, somewhere in here. Wherever it ends up over the next coming months, it is somewhere in here though. Like that's the highest range on the volatility. And to the downside, it's sat down here a little bit lower as far as I can tell. It was somewhere down here around 14 or something like that. I don't really have anything back here that I could actually I could probably use this because it was somewhere. Yeah, it might have even been a little bit lower down. It was something like to this effect. I know that I wouldn't do it from here to here. And I don't really like reaching back into the uptrend, but it is something like this though. This is more like it. I don't know that that's the point right here that it breaks. I mean, I could do it like that, but it is something like this. And it can push through here and break it a little bit. And then I think I did. Yeah, it's a lot more something like that. And please don't nobody say cup and handle. Please don't. I mean, what kind of cup you drinking out that looks like that? Maybe, no, I was going to say, nah, something else I was just thinking about. I don't really know too much about that pattern to be talking about it. The other one. Um, Intel. I think this is going to be good. Look at that. Been a long time. Been a long time. I'll look back at that later. Look back at it while I keep focused on that Bitcoin chart. I should like this a lot. So it did what we were thinking, just coming back into here, or like we said, maybe here. Uh, Want to hold across here now. Yeah, we want to hold across here, but if we definitely don't want to lose here. But we can try to hold in here. That'd be great. Volume still declining. I didn't even notice that we had at least hit the midpoint on that. When I was talking about moving my stop, we did just hit that midpoint. Hmm. And these two measure moves are not set in stone, but I'm going to leave them there until invalidated. Just so you have a number to look at. Let's put those back. And this one would be for the current time frame. This one I would say would be for your 4 hour. see that this is it's about like where we would break. So yeah, definitely that one for the 15. Supposed to be 4 hours. Got like less than 13 minutes. Get that 1 hour candle close. I really don't like the way the 1 hour candle is looking, which is basically going to be this right here, and then all of this is a wick. Because it started from here. So yeah, this is all the body we have on that 1 hour candle, and the rest of that is going to be a wick. Oh wow! First one I put a bookmark on that. Excuse me, I'm not seeing it. That's weird. Hmm. What just happened here? Trade plan 613. Lightweight. 3-1. 638. Quad 5-1. 600 scale 7-1. 586. Generalization 10-1. And cut 580. Trade plan. Seven. $720 entry. Theory 647. And then supposed to be 30. Three to one. I can't be looking at 638. 638. Delete that one. 600. All right, I'm sorry I went silent for a minute there. I was trying to work on something because market's going to open in about an hour and a half. I needed to look at my position. Seven, 600. Supposed to be a 7 to 1. I don't know if I can risk that. Okay, never mind. It's a lot tighter. 7 to 1. Stop. All right, so this is that 4 hours since we did lose the 15. Tried for a little second there, but uh, yeah, we broke. Volume had bearish divergence on volume. We had that wick too. I was talking about that 1 hour time frame didn't look right. We were looking at this right here on Friday. We didn't quite tap it. Came pretty close, but we were just looking to make sure we held here. It's about out where we rejected at right now. It did not produce that inverse head and shoulder effect, that's for sure. Ay, ay, ay. We still haven't broken 40 on the 1 hour either. We're still down below it. So we're still in relative weakness right now. So we do that. But I mean, it was a nice little scalp move, if nothing else. MACD is trying to flip. Delta's what's looking pretty decent. You can see the delta through here. It went from red to, I have it set for purple on here. But it's the MACD is positive at the moment, but no signal cross. If you use the signal cross, it won't be until it jumps above this 0, which it got a ways to go before it does that. Love you. That's an H bar right back below that level. Like, not. Anyway, I didn't like this part anyway. No telling what's going to happen in here. It's underneath it, so until it gets back above it, I have to lean towards more downside, at least until it gets back above it. And I was just going to tell you too, if you are in Meta, I got like a plan, a trade plan for myself. So this is the one I'm in currently, which is this one right here. So my entry was at 647 over on BTCC. So I got in right there on it. And I was thinking I was going to cut it right here, but since I'm doing the 3-to-1, I'm looking forward to hit 720. I'm not going to cut it there. I'm just going to follow this guide right here. So it's a very small position right here, because that's the plan on the first move, is to be a light long. And if it fails, then I won't be hurting, because I think they're going to want to get the price down here to 600 by the 7th. So those options are going to expire on the 7th. And if they can get prices down here, this is what they really want. This right here, which is the measure move. If we're looking at this right here, this is the measure move down into here. So if that happens, then I'll re-enter here. I'll up my position size right here. And I have this set for a 7-to-1. Since I'm skipping this scenario right here, if I'd have set an entry for this, I would have set it for a 5-to-1 right here off of this 50% retracement. But my entry is coming based on this right here. So I enter based on that. And this should be set for that, because that's your runner up through here. You know, stuff starts to get real heavy and bad right here. No trade entries in here. So that's what the entry is based off of here. So I'm going to hold it through this 50. So then this is going to be a 7-to-1 right here. So I'll up my entry size here to see if I think like this is yeah, here. They do want to get the price down into here by the 7th if they can. And then my last and final one, which I'm gonna be looking for, 10 to 1 right here. So if this one right here doesn't work, um, then I'm done, because it could, it could be looking to do something different. But I know that a lot of orders, new orders came in here. So open interest did spike quite a bit right in here. And the rest of it's market makers, dark pool entries, stuff like that, gamma. That's all going to be this right here. So past here, I'm out. And this isn't breaking the trend line either. I just have it sitting over here to the sideline, but it's actually not breaking the trend line. So that's my plan. So my win would be very small in here. If it happens, it'll get better in here. This one happens, it'll get better. And then this one right here, this one will be really nice, but that's it. In case we decide we want to roll over. Thinking that this could potentially be capitulation. Can't say it really is. We did something like that back here, or at least Meta did something like that back here. I don't know why I'm getting into this. I did a video yesterday. It'll give you all that, but that's my plan. I'm just leave it with, this is my trade plan right here. I'm gonna wait until market open to look back at the data and see what's different on that Meta. And I'm not gonna post anything on it right away. But it will have some information in there that you typically would have to pay for. That's why I'm trying to encourage to watch on the video before I do any postings, because if the video doesn't get any love, I'm not posting it. I'm just gonna do my trade, and that'll be that. I'm posting based on interest, and if the interest isn't there, then it's not gonna. I might not be interesting, and that could be it too. There's nothing in here. Okay. Let's see what I put in there. 86. Yeah. Oh yeah, what I am gonna do though on that meta though is I am gonna add simply because we did respect that level so far, the one that I took my entry off of. So it did show some interest here. So if it does come down a little bit more into that 50, I'll add a little bit of add a little size onto that. And then, it'll still get cut at the same place. Just because I can see the participation. Otherwise, I wouldn't add. And then I have to move the stop up based on that. So I move the stop up. In fact, I need to type my plan up over here on this. Yeah, I can type it up right here. My typing is slow. Bitcoin. We're still hanging out. Okay. Yeah, and then I'm gonna do 5 to 1. Here. Let me change that to 588 though. Oh, I'll leave it like I got it. And 1. Actually, you know what? Something I said doesn't make sense. Sitting right at my stop. 72. No, 586. He lost. All right, looks like we're pushing back up there a little bit. Still don't have volume. That's all right. Mm. I did not realize Volkswagen hires that many people. It's interesting. Doge is trending. Hmm. Why is Doge trending? Mm. I'm actually jamming to that little tune. I didn't see a reason to bring anybody over here to look at the Doge chart. I just checked it out. I don't know why it's trending. Hmm. I'll change on the 30. I just want to see if it's different. No, not yet. Blue down. Um, This is really sad with Bitcoin. The truth is, we're really not gonna. We have to be above. We have to be above here to even be any place meaningful. We have to, yeah, we have to flip resistance above here. Otherwise, it's just just waiting on the breakdown, the complete breakdown. That's it. I didn't even look to see how we changed in here. I think we're basically the same right now. I think it was around here last time. Last week it was, yeah, just slightly lower. And pretty much the same. That's the momentum right there, though. That's the one. I mean, by the time this happens, we're already breaking that. But it, wrong key. We already lost this one a few times. Interesting. In case you just need to see that again, just see if you're aware and prepared. Um, the numbers in here, what everything look like in here. This particular candle right here, I just pushed it out so it doesn't blend in. 50% down that candle comes in with the 200 there. Second momentum break comes in right here if that were to happen, but likely a bounce could come in right here. And then if that, because I know I'm looking somewhere down in here and have been for a while with everybody. 50%. This must be like a 886. Sure enough, it is. Platinum pocket. Beat that. This is really like my long last attempt on Bitcoin, not because I think it's about to go up and take our highs or anything like that. Just it's gonna be the last one I do. I say that now, I might change my mind. I haven't looked at the Bollingers in a minute. So we had a little squeeze down here. 20 SMA bounce. I was looking right here. Got an open mouth right here. Or a blossom onion right here anyway. So it can get up here if it wanted to. Even though it would not be a strong high, it could do like it did over here. Because the volatility is available. Maybe a strong rejection. We didn't get to the baby oil. Let's see what it looked like on the 4 hour. Oh yeah. Crappy. It still got a lot of volatility, a lot of room to do nothing. We're still in the bearish control zone, but we can see that. Daily. Daily is tightening down. This is moving more, but I just feel like we need to do this before we can get a good bounce. I think I need this anymore. Ethereum still looks the same, of course. Solana still looks the same. Actually, let me. Hmm, makes sense. Actually, I just use this. One hour MACD just got a signal cross. At best, it'll produce a bear div. And that'll be for starters. I'm thinking somewhere around this, those lows right in here. I'm gonna delete this one. I don't think we really need to look at that number. That's gonna pop out anyway. No volume. But that did get above 40, which is why it's probably pushing right there. The MACD did flip this signal line. Yeah, at best it'll put in a bear div. It's already rejecting anyway. Plus the 20 SMA, and it doesn't look like it's gonna flip that just yet. But at least that was a change of behavior since it got that that sell-off through here. From back here. So, 7. 794. right, market's gonna open soon. Sadness. Bitcoin acting like Superman did in the movie. Just keep getting behind, getting his behind whipped. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I guess the Justice League. Oh, ICP dropped. Gosh, they're about the only thing right now. A little down right here, but it's up. I don't know, it's bubbles, right? Bubbles read is up 8%. It might have had a hard drop though. I don't understand how it's up, but did this happen over the weekend? Oh wow. That did happen over the weekend. Hmm. Yeah, it's definitely down. Bubbles had it looking like it was the Justice League or something. Everything red. It's 15 minutes too. It's sitting in the same spot. So I was looking at on this. They're getting ready to sell it off in the market open. Bitcoins, I'm getting ready to sign off here soon too. But obviously once it starts trading outside of here, closing and all that good stuff, not just your liquidity grab off of the trend line, because that's what that was. Starts breaking through here because the 4 hour really needs to hold there. That would match up with that will match up with this level right here. This 107, 324. I think that was the, yeah, 107, 324. Will match up with that. Maybe some sort of bullish divergence or something like that. Maybe just half of the candle, like I have it set in here for starters. If it starts to trade below here. See, that's probably not perfect, but that's 102,490. Things really started to hit the fan. I don't know if that lined up with anything. Pretty close to taking that liquidity from that low. It's gonna hurt altcoins. And this is, like I said, not exactly perfect, but that is this measure move right here. That's what that is. However you draw yours. I took this one from this candle right here to the base. And this I took off of this right here. Took that off of that. You may choose to do something more like in here. Maybe. You might choose to do something like that. Soften the blow if it happens. I think it'll still be around the same. Yeah, I don't know. 100 to 95, something like that. That's what I've been hollering. And that's only if the worst comes to, fruition here. Worst happens. Is eventually we're going to run out of buyers in here. Through here, we're going to end up running out of buyers. 4 hour above that triangle, good. If it could get above this, I don't even know if it can get up here right now. This would be a place of interest if some good news came out today or something like that. And so then above here, I don't see where it has any resistance. Any I mean, you're always going to find some sort of resistance, but at least it'll be momentum will be pretty decent if it could do that, and then you would break. At least get it, yeah, break structure in here too. As long as it's not taking out this low, we're still putting in the higher low at the moment. If we start trading underneath here and we're breaking this, then I mean that could be our catalyst. I guess if you're looking at this as one leg instead of like that. I wonder if that's the same. Where is it at? Not that that's what I'm seeing. I'm just wondering if it's the same. It's a crooked line. Yeah. All roads lead to that 100,000 to 95. Markets are open. Let's see what's going on. Not on a time frame where I can tell if it gapped or anything. It looks fine. Amazon gapped up. As I'm getting ready to depart, I've already covered that little bit on Bitcoin, but Amazon did gap up. We had actually filled this on Friday anyway, pre-market, but it did gap up. I'm still gonna watch the two levels in here just in case something comes in for it. But nice move on AMI. Gold still just chopping the guac there. Nvidia, let me zoom out at least on the one. Okay. Back up that trend line. Google still testing the top side of the volatility range in here. Again, that's Netflix. That's where I got out the other day. So trying to climb it back up here. It might have actually bottomed, but I know I'm looking. Yeah, it may have. I'll still be looking for it if it comes back down in here. It could have. My probabilities are inaccurate, like I was informed. then then it won't really do too much of any of this. But I don't think my probabilities are terrible. Meta at the moment. I have to zoom out. Do it like this. Might overkill with that. It's all right for starters. This could start to get ugly, though. I'm telling you, has a good chance of coming down here. It's like at least a 30% probability. 30% probability. That's pretty high. It is like the second time that price has gone below the 200. That's the 120 right there. It is like the second time price has gone below here. Let's see. Just a second. I like the volume in here too. Let me just say that. If it's capitulation volume, I like it. But I think that probability is pretty high. What I was talking about. But you can see out of this run up, this is the second time it's actually fallen below that 200 in here, which makes me feel like that 30% probability could be high on it. Full flip, with the exception of this one right now. So we shall see. Just my trade plan again. See how it goes. I will let you know how it goes. At the moment, like I said, that was my entry right there. This one. That's how it's looking so far. So if it holds pretty solid in here, I will add. So I got add right here. And then move the stop up to a 5-to-1 instead. And then if it stops me out, then I'll look in here somewhere. Right here. Got max pain. And just slightly in between here, you have dark pool. For more details, watch the video. Bitcoin. All right, I'm gonna leave it at that on Bitcoin. I'm gonna just move my stop to entry on Bitcoin. It's almost there anyway. I started to move it right here. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna keep attempting the long on Bitcoin though. Just take the little money I have on it right now and sit down for the rest of the day, possibly. If anything comes up, I'll say something. Right now, I am just more focused on the stock market because it is moving. It is moving. I just feel like my chances are much better. Yeah, I feel like my chances are much better. So I got some research to do some updating on some things. And I don't know. It's hard, guys. It's hard. It's hard. I mean, unless you're short, it's hard. It's almost a guarantee we get down there somewhere 100,000 or something. It's almost a guarantee that it happens. It really is. It really, really is. I wouldn't look at this and think, I'm about to go up here. Markets will surprise us, that's for sure. But I think that this is necessary. I just think it's necessary to do something like that. And then get that extra high we're talking about, wherever people are putting their numbers at right now. 130 was like my max. And that was from a long time back. That was before Bitcoin. That was a long time back. It might have been from somewhere back here. It's the same number I have, and that's it. But I think we need to do that. All of these just sort of roll down like that and then cross back up. That's what I think. We could do it right here too. It can do it from right here too, because they've already flipped fully right here. So it can. Times 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, or 200. All right, why is that happening? All right, guys, I appreciate you for joining me. I am down to Crypto TA. Somebody usually comes in here and say, "Are you the Coin King?" And it's like, no. I'm what they call a host. Really, a host. My face doesn't look like a king. All right, so I will be posting on X. I'm gonna do some update on some other stuff right now, and I appreciate you for joining me. And I will see you tomorrow. That was the only entry right here, coming on stream and saying, actually, we were right here actually. And I told you I got in on this candle right here. We just opened up this candle right here. And then we got that SFP right here. So I mean that was it for now for today. I'm really not gonna get into trying to take a position off of the altcoins just because they're following Bitcoin. Bitcoin dominance is up. So aside of that, it's stock market for me. So I will see you tomorrow. Love you. Peace.